Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は132日目です。It is day 132. And I'm gonna go over a few things. Yesterday was a large stacking day, and looks like we're gonna have stack days for a while. Oh no. I think it's today and then tomorrow's. Yeah, we have one for tomorrow. Unless I don't finish before 6. Probably have to do those too. Well, let's go over stuff really quickly. Yeah, Ateru. Ateru, how did this? So, my thing was tell. Correct. To guess. Right. Then we had our specials. Oh, the Muhammad. Hello, hello. Yeah, Mataku. 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 Completely? That one's okay. And then Mata is linked with our next one. Is Ata. Oh, Atari. In this case, Atari is area. And this one, so consider Bete. Just basically all. And red. Think of cloud bottom, threaded clouds. Maybe while wearing a hat outside. Painting or drawing. Eh? And then research. Q. I think that's it for these. Combine Q with Ken. Ken Q. Thank you. So sure. For laboratory and research facility. All right. Get into this quickly. A short day today. 2.5 hours? Yeah. Okay. All right. Uh, huh.
顔つき
Kaotsuki. Oh, right.
Dentetsu.
Dentetsu.
Tama.
Ama.
期間
京都
Kyoto. Oops. What? Oh, just kidding.
日本酒
Nihonshu.
月
Ski.
部
Bu. Apartmental club. No. Advance. Hold up. Oh. That's not it. That's something else. Move forward. No. Oh, wait. It might be actually.
進める
Yeah, Susumeru. What? Oh. Need to separate between transitive and intransitive.
鉄人
Etsujin.
頭
Tama.
進化
Chinka.
病院
Yoin.
農業
Nogyo. uh. When you test. Huh. Astral. Or just two past. This is No. Gotta rattle my brain around this. So I know the onyomi. Yeah, this is weak. Ooh. What's the past 3 yet? Hmm. Or is it? Or is it inter? It Tokyo kara. Oh no, this is commute. Tokyo kara. Tokyo kara Beikaido. Or no. Oh, 北海道まで毎日、
通う
is to commute. Yep. That's fine.
食べ物
食べ物 Wait,
心配
input. Whoops. Missed the C in concern.
軽い
軽い
庭
庭
離れる
離れる No, wait. 離れる 離れる pick
空港
空港
農民
農民
落ちる
落ちる Uh-oh. Coffin and oh. What? Coffin and a spoon, you say? Oh. That's fine. Took a bit longer than I would like, but that's okay. Oh.
ひらがな、
ひらがな。
育てる、
育てる。What? Is that not distribute? Yeah, that's distribute. What am I distributing? Oh,
配る、
配る。
都市、
都市。
追いつく、
追いつく。
勝ち、
勝ち。
疲れ、
あれ。
女神、
女神。This one is different. How? Oops.
早速、
早速。Really fast. Immediately. Okay.
進む、
進む。Oh, wait. What? Oh, wait. This is... The sumu is the entrance. Yeah. Okay.
僕、
僕。
貝、
はい。Tick. It's sick.
Yamu.
Yamu.
楽器、
楽器。
右利き、
右利き。
左利き、
左利き。うん。
中指、
中指。マンション。Alright, I had to sneeze.
読み方、
読み方。
線路、
線路。うん。
第2章、
第2章。What? Oh, just kidding. Did this have a rendaku? No. What? Wait. It. It's Tao. Huh? Cow? Cow? Oh, I know this one. What am I doing?
手伝う、
It's Tao. It's kind of special.
集金、
集金。
最悪、
最悪。
ページ、
ページ。
私鉄、
鉄。
農場、
農場。
地下鉄、
鉄。 Let's. What? Oh.
共有する。
共有する。
読む。
読む。What am I separating? No, wait. Mm.
分かれる。
分かれる。うん。ん wait.
Logi.
Roji. The heck is Roji? Like a dirt road? Probably a dirt road. Yeah.
野球
Yaku. That's not. Wait. What?
Byoki.
What was I typing the whole time? I might have been typing. I was trying to type yo, but I kept typing something else. Huh. Interesting. It's an interesting hand mix up. What the heck is that? Like, sick and energy, sick air, energy. Oh, they just want illness. All right, that's fine. Hmm. Okay.
速度、
速度。
病人、
病人。
短期、
短期。
小声、
小声。
見える、
見える。Number. Whoops. That's a typo. Oh, it's probably H and N. Anyways.
都会、
都会。I was gonna write city proper, which also would be acceptable from
追いかける、
Chinese. 追いかける。
悪人、
悪人。
病、
病。
集める、
集める。
顔、
顔。
文章、
文章。
祭り、
祭り。
集中、
集中。
指先、
指先。
道路、
道路。
漢字、
漢字。
彼氏、
彼氏。All right. 6 minutes from 6 p.m. I think it would take less than minutes to cover this. Okay. Weird time. Made just enough time for our HanziHero. My allergies are kicking my butt. So, can, shrimp, idea, wound, circle, east, bookshelf, goods, original, soul, body, fruits, 100, creeper, and good. Do I read? I had 1 or 2 little pauses. They're not like devastating pauses. So we're fine with that. これ、mon, と、で、 on sama ashi midori shi in dai kan shi ryo atsu zen shou then Agani Ki Mina. Alright. Well, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. Always feel free to follow along. Come on by and share a little bit of coffee talk. Discuss, exchange ideas and experiences. Until next time, for those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan mata ne. I'm gonna switch right over to HanziHero now. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第125天。It is day 125. I have a few things to go over. Few things now. Alright, so how does this work? Just make sure it's not jiao. It's not jiao. Yo, because we ran out of milk. So we use old flowers. All right. 意志 when you're aspiring to an idea, one requires willpower. Okay, not too bad. All right, get into our lessons today. 2 hours on the clock. We have like, extra 15 minutes based on how the average time. 表格 was a pattern, so express pattern or surface pattern. Yes, a form, a pattern of the yeah, there's a pattern drawn onto a surface that must be filled out. That's interesting. I mean, the overall form, I guess that would confuse with silhouette, right? But yeah, good. Qing, maybe that's 请签这张表格。请填 okay, that's new. I was just guessing. 请填这张表格。I got done recently. So 填写表格。把你手 把你手边那张表格 something 给我，递给我 hand it to me， 递给我。哎，the heck? Oh，
表格
表格 surface expression， surface pattern surface
保持
保持protect protect 持 support protect and support is to protect and support indefinitely, to maintain, to keep, to retain. Okay, to remain. Interesting. 保持中位 stand middle stand point. Oh no, 中立. Whoops. I'm thinking of something else. 中立. Yeah, stand. I was thinking stand, but I took the wrong read. 保持 ooh. What are those? Silent. 沉默保持沉默保持身材 figure body material 身材 figure interesting. Okay.
保持
保持
快速
快速 hurry quick fast quick rapid something rapid is quick and fast. Yeah, quick fast. All right. 快速成长 oh 长 oh boy, yeah, that's the other read. 成长
快速成长
always a little bit higher at the end. 成长快速rapid advance something. Oh, is that like 句 like 进句 no 进长 interesting. 快速进长快速跑rapid good run. Okay.
快速支持
支持 branch and support something is in one sense is to support is standing up by propping up with a branch. Yeah, okay, I got you. Okay. 到 something 上的支持到意向的支持我完全 yeah completely 我完全支持这个建议 is that E too? Interesting. So both of these okay, so that's the parental E, and then if you add word to it, it's still E. 谢谢你的支持 Oh, I like that one.
支持合格
to fit fitting suitable pattern qualified something qualified is that which fits the desired pattern. This one's kind of have problems with suitable and fitting. 合格 okay. Up to standard to fit the pattern fit the qualifications. Okay. Probably what I'm gonna go with. 合格老师，合格老师，合格合格者，合格者，合格的，合格的乔 something 人。Oh, do I know that one? Shit. Oh no, this is not 乔。乔。I mean, that looks like choose, but I think I'm supposed to know Xiang, right? Xena. No, Professor. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to know Xiang. That's Professor X in the basement of the pawn shop. With the boombox? I'm not sure about this. No, I'm not sure about this. But it is related though. No, yeah, I'm not sure about this. We'll find out when I draw a blank on it.
合格，
Good. Pattern.
表格，合格，
Okay.
支持，
支持。
保持，
保持。
快速，
快速。Alright. 速度, yeah. Quick degree still equals speed and velocity. 速度 limit. 速度 limit. 像制 No 制 by now. I've seen 制 quite a lot. 速度像制最高速度 maximum speed 加快速度 increase 加快 kind of funny
速度，加速，
加速 oh there it is 加速 to add speed so you move more quickly yeah accelerate speed up quicken 我们必须加速向前 yeah accelerate forward 向前汉字英雄 right 汉字英雄汉字英雄加速你的汉字学习 So plug right there and then a new branch something 加速进走进步 oh yeah that's 步 right 进步 progress 科技科技 technology
加速，高速公路，
高速公路高速 fast I guess high speed public road highway. There was another way to say highway, and that's probably a contraction of this or of this like type of expression. 高速公路 Yeah, this would be high. High is better than tall here. 我们在高速公路上开车。高速公路很 long， I guess 长 高速公路上车很多 Yeah, there's a lot of cars there. 高速公路
营房，
营房 This is the camp and house. A barracks is a house that soldiers use soldiers use as camps. Yeah, 营房我们必须还回 There's no way that's 还 but退 that's probably 退回 or 还回 I don't know what it is 放回 Oh wait, do I know 放回 Oh no, 返回 No, but it's related to 返 Now we just add a row to it. That's interesting. So 返 gets carried over to 返回营房营房比营房以外 which is outside the or compared outside. So compare to the barracks outside. So outside the barracks. That's Ernie.
营房，张力，
张力 stretch power, tension. Tension is the measure of the amount of power used to stretch something. True. 高张力 but I think it also means figurative tension. 地张力这条 rope 的张力很小。OK 箱子的张力很小。Oops.
张力，
and I misspelled tension. Okay.
速度，
公路
高速公路，加速，张力，营房，食指，
Index finger. A food finger? What the? Okay. Your index finger is the finger you use to poke food with. Okay. I got you. 我 burn 食指了 ouch 烧伤 oh interesting 我烧伤食指了他用食指食指指着他用食指指着I get it, the whole pointing thing. That kind of makes sense where they're getting the pointing thing now.
食指
食指or pointer
张
finger.
开
张开 stretch open. Okay, 张开 makes sense. 张开 wings. 张开翅膀
张开翅膀，
张开张开双 arms 双臂张开嘴张开嘴okay
张开
it's good that we're getting some stretches because Young I was
营地
kind of weak on Young yesterday. 营地 makes sense. Camp and ground equals campground. 营地到 well, that's not it. 到 something 都是 did I see this before? 都是 we're gonna say 位置 no 垃圾 oh my gosh they both changed. Okay, that's fine. 垃圾 if you add ground to no 力 oh no 力 if you add 力 ground to 力 it becomes 了 and if you add ground to 色 you or soil to if you add ground to 子 you get 色 垃圾 no wait 垃圾 I guess that's litter, huh? Let's see, campground, over, everywhere, all over, yeah, all over is litter, yeah, campground all over is litter, there's litter all over the campground. 营地费 yeah, 费 is fee.
营地段
Holy 段 oh that's what 段 looks like. Okay, that's a lot of cocoons. Where do you see the elbow at? Is that supposed to be an elbow, or are they separating some of these elbows? A terrarium? That kind of makes sense. This component depicts a little glass terrarium filled with lush vegetation inside and 4 cocoons hanging from the vegetation in different places. I got you. Terrarium. I like it. If only I could sell terrarium
段
consistently. Done. Okay, to break. So we have terrarium, a terrarium, and a hoe. Okay, Dumbledore. Dumbledore is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, destroying his terrarium next to the sink. The bathroom sink? Due to customer complaint. I see. Pawn shop. Nice. He gets the stick end of a hoe and breaks the terrarium in half. Out flies a bunch of magical Dumbledore. a bunch of magical flies and bugs, and Dumbledore hits them with his wand as they fly into his beard. What the heck? Alright. That break. One. This one's pretty good.
断
Okay. Carry on. One.
断 营地
B. Today's ones are pretty on the nose. And I suddenly forgot finger because Japanese is overpowering me. Overpowering right now. Wait, what was the right component? What was that supposed to be? Spoon? Supposed to be something. Oh, payment. Right. Oh, what? Wait, I totally forgot what that is supposed to be. Oh, finger. That's supposed to be. Oh. Do this first.
张开
Uncut. How did this work? Wait, I just blanked. Oh, yeah. Just blanked for like a solid minute. Oh, meaning. Well, hopefully that doesn't happen during our review. Reviews. Lian. Another Lian. Now with even more cocoons and a cactus and ears. Or eyes. Or ears. Ears. Okay. Go on. Okay. Link is inside the pawn shop again. Where a cocoon has united with his ear. What the... As united with it, he rolls around the shop, throwing everything in disarray, trying to get rid of the cocoon united with his ear. But in doing so, he accidentally rolls into the cactus, then unites with his other ear. Alright. This one's gonna be a problem. Went from something pretty nice, go on to Lian. Lian is pretty out there. No way to place Link in the pawn shop. I guess we could say like Link is in charge of the pawn shop where they're selling these special cocoons and cacti that somehow like to unite with unite with ears, or connect with ears. Connect by figuratively. This one's kind of like the conga line thing, with the convoy. One after another, successive things. Oh, there, Poco. Do I have any vocabulary that can help? Alliance? Lian Meng? No. Lian Guo. That delay was only like 1 second. Nice. Lian Bang. Lian Bang. I don't know about any of this. This one's gonna be tough tomorrow.
连
It is a weird one, so I guess you just unite everywhere.
句
Okay, first time you see without hat for a while. Any particular reason? This is the no hat phase of the hair. So yeah, it's a particular reason, which we kind of discussed the first time, or the first couple times. Tool. Let's see. Tool is tool. Finally got tool. Okay. Yes, flexing indeed. Julius Caesar is in the bathroom of the house. He happens to be in the bathroom of the house both times so far, building a new tool for war. Okay, Julius Caesar in war, okay. But he's in the bathroom building the tool. His latest invention is a shield made of shiny white porcelain that can deflect any mud thrown at it. I'm blessed with a very straight hairline, I suppose. Are you suggesting you are not, Brokall? Are we having a grass is greener situation here? In reality, it is just a toilet, unless you're Fabio here. The straight up took a picture. Got a mane worthy of a lion. And it's just the toilet lid that he ripped off. The widow's peak is starting to set in for you, but you wear your hair forward so no one can see. Ah, yeah, the widow's peak. I do have a little bit of widow's peak going on the side. It is noticeable. So, but as far as I know, hair does thin in my family, but hair don't disappear in my family. But the hair is quite thin. Like, what I mean is, I was always like, it hasn't really changed. My hair has been thin for most of my life. It's one of those things. How do you know if your hair is thinner than most people, or a baseline thin? When it gets wet, you can see the scalp. That has been true since I was a baby. So, yeah, very fine and thin hair. Not like the what do I do? My grass is greener situation is the people who have like incredibly thick hair, but all I can think about is then in response is that's a lot of management. You luckily have a very thick head of hair. Yeah. So when I think about like taking care of your hair, right? Oftentimes you get a mix. Thinner hair, when it dries up, it kind of sticks out like a fro, like just straight out, right? It's just straight out. But thicker hair sits down. You see what I mean? So I that's why I wear hats. Or later in life, like around this phase in life, I wear hats because after you wash your hair, it points out. It just points straight out because you have thin hair. But if you have thick hair, oftentimes they sit down. They get like flat, and your your hair oils like flatten your hair, but it's very thick. Versus, and then people with thick hair can volume them up. You can get a push perm. Sorry, that's a reference to Like a Dragon. Casca has thick hair, so he has this like push perm that makes him look like he has a wildly frilly hair. Yeah, that is good. Although, as you said, it's more management as it's a lot of work to wet and dry your hair. Yeah. For me, I wash my hair and then that's it. There's other benefits, I suppose, to having thinner-ish hair. Running, sweating, oils. I don't typically wash my hair daily because you let the oil just sit. Right? and your hair take care of itself. So that's kind of a thing. But yes, grass is greener things. You know, you have your pros and cons. You have your pros and cons. Although it might not seem that way once my hair grows longer. My hair, we have a half-year cycle. So we cut it short enough that it takes half a year before I start growing a mullet. And then it hits my shoulders and like the back of my neck, so then we have to go and trim all of it off again. You did shave all your hair off once, but I had weird bumps on your head that you're too self-conscious to want to keep, although it felt amazing being able to dry your hair with one sweat of a towel. Yeah, I agree. Head bumps are obviously genetic, unless something traumatic happened, like necrotic happened. You know, like head bumps, and that's gotta own it up to genetics. Alright, so Julius Caesar is in the bathroom of the house building a new tool for war. Slaves mentioned shield made of porcelain. Very Julius Caesar, right? That's what they're trying to elicit. That can deflect any mud thrown on it. In reality, it's just a toilet lid which placed him in the bathroom. That's ripped off from his own, for his own use without giving any credit. What a tool. Do I have a slight bump in the middle of my head? I do not. Which middle? The back of the middle or the top of the middle? I don't. I have a round cranium. It's a sphere. Not really. There should be a slight bump. You should have a slight bump, though. Like the cranium kind of goes like your neck and stuff. There's like a bit of a curve. Some people have like a little bit wave on the very top of their cranium. Interestingly enough. I don't know what that's called, the rest of the skull. You've heard there normally is due to something about where the skull plates form in early life. Yeah. Yep. That's pretty much, you got it. Oh, Gongzhu. A tool. Alright. Okay.
巨
Ji, not Zhu. Ji.
将
Young. General. With the capital G. The general. Rank general. Oh boy. It itself is a component. The general got his start as a waitress. Interesting. Before joining the army. Now, that's kind of awkward. Now she walks around with a caliper. Sure, showing her working class roots when she inspects the troops. Okay. On her green uniform, she wears a lapel pin of the moon. Her favorite celestial body. Although this is both a waiter and a waitress, so fine, they're interchangeable. They're good enough, they're close. They face opposite directions. Interestingly enough, the waitress symbol ends up facing left, and the waiter symbol facing right. Sinistra and dextra, right? I don't know if that was a coincidence or not that they chose. I mean, he could, Kevin could have picked waiter to face left and waitress to face right, but interesting coincidence. All right, I got you. That's a pretty reasonable.
将
Young. Okay, all right, Jimmy Neutron. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the chapel. Okay, washing his hands. That's something you do in the bathroom. Suddenly, the general comes in and hits him on the head for having an inappropriate haircut. What a coincidence about my haircut. The general gets a buzzer and shaves off Jimmy's hair. Not the whatever you call that, the horn do, saying that it is more appropriate for the army or the church before leaving the bathroom. Oh, that's interesting. Now that I think about it. The general. Yeah, okay. General or the church, huh? Still in the bathroom. Okay. I don't know. It could be anyone. It doesn't have to be Jimmy in this case. Gotta think about losing that voluptuous, like, I don't even call it a dollop hairstyle. Alright. Oh, this is Jiang in Mahjong. Mahjong. That Jiang. He looks slightly different. Mahjong. Lao Jiang. Veteran. Got it. Scholar General. Ru Jiang. What that actually means.
Jiang,
Yeah, today is a short day because people watching anime, watching anime with peeps is moved to Sunday. So I got an hour and a half before I head out. So I'm gonna try to squeeze this in. So similar. Yes, compare and Slenderman. Holy, okay, they're breaking it up. Okay, sure. So SpongeBob is in the bathroom of the house cleaning when a person comes in. Go on. They drop a hook. Yeah, that's a hook onto the bathroom tile. Nice. I know if that means you want me to stop chatting, that's completely fine. If so, you'll be let me know. Oh yeah, LMK, let me know. Yeah, no worries. We're like 30 minutes ahead of schedule. 30 minutes. Let's see. And SpongeBob picks it up and gives it to... When he sees their face, he screams for a second because the person seems similar to Slenderman, but he isn't Slenderman. Just very similar. Interesting. SpongeBob? How is it SpongeBob? Just realized I don't have any unique thing. So do you want me to stop chatting for this stream? That's fine. Mnemonic seems to be very complex. Two-way... Mnemonic seems to way over complicate. No, that's fine. Actually kind of fun. But I don't think it would make any I don't think you would appreciate it unless you know that legitimately legitimately like 90% of this stuff is old. So it's almost effortless. It's more like reading a story at this point. But then again, stories can be complicated for someone who's unfamiliar with it. Most stories can. Abstractions tend to be incredibly complicated until it's not. Let's see. Alright, you're being an idiot. Could you say yes? Can you stop chatting for the stream? Or no, it's okay for you to keep chatting? You can keep chatting. It's fine. Let's see. How do I... Maybe it's Captain Hook on the... So the person happens to be similar to Slenderman, but not Captain Hook, which is an underwater theme for SpongeBob. I don't think SpongeBob has a hook thing. Is he the only character? Well, there's Patrick as well. And that's fine. Okay. Okay, you get used in similar? Alright. Don't got anything for 类似相似 You know the character, you didn't need all this to remember it. But if this is how you learn, then more power to you. Oh, I know the character too. and I don't necessarily need it. But I don't operate on learning based on efficiency. I operate based on engagement. So if you don't need it, more power to you as well. More power to you as well. You can use vocabulary to reinforce it if you want, which is what I do as well. So my perspective is more the merrier. So if you think something is too overly complicated, then don't engage with overcomplicated stuff. In my opinion, because you don't engage with overly complicated stuff, you don't have skills that typically involve overly complicated stuff. I mean, if that is fair to say. So avoiding complications when you can understand complicated concepts is probably something that I choose to do. So I think it's a little bit presumptuous to say that I learn a specific way. No one really learns a specific way, in my opinion. You can choose to learn a specific way if you want. Yes, this is not the only way I learn things, but it is fun and engaging to learn it this way. Probably a very different perspective, I imagine. Unless you want to argue that you also engage in overly complicated things for the sake of engagement, which then I think we share empathy on that part. We got Xiang works. Resemble, similar. Yeah. Oh no, wait. Mutual, similar. You think we briefly talked about before, but have you seen people critique Duolingo recently for their new AI-driven plans for the app? Yes. I even listened to a interview podcast with some tech host. And I made a lot of allusions or references to that podcast. And the critiques, he had to address most of the critiques. The founder, Louis Van Daan, had to answer probably most of the questions he anticipated. And they were very cogent. It would take quite some time to unpack that criticism or critique. I think most of the hot takes of Duolingo and AI-driven plans are more a personal matter of taste criticisms, and not constructive criticism. So like more on the ad hominem side of things, where they question Duolingo's motivations, like the company's motivations, as opposed to the constructive position that AI has for a specific language learning, right? So less about the techniques or what AI can be used to functionally provide language learning assistance, more so about business motivations, which is very common, in my opinion, in the days of the internet, where most people are more projecting their own preferences and then projecting onto other people their preferences, as opposed to engaging in that experience and then figuring out if it's functionally overlap or emergent. You've also seen people heavily critique AI in general due to its environmental effects. Yeah. Yep. That maybe even more so. Like AI propagating problems, AI poetically replicating human errors because the data set is human, right? So it propagates, and then the constant buzzword and use of the word hallucination, which hallucination is more like emergent. It's an emergent property of using a human data set. humans are erroneous in many ways, but they exercise due diligence and have oversight. AI does not. So without that oversight, they may appear like hallucinations, in my opinion, but they are the propagation of human error, and like it's exaggerated by showing patterns and being able to replicate and iterate on those patterns without any form of self-checking or oversight. What's hallucination been used to mean in this context? They think things are right when they're not. So they are able to do certain things or create certain things, but do not reflect what it is. So like, for example, if you ask enough prompts, they might give you an answer that's a little weird, right? Maybe a little outside of its emergence to some extent within the AI space. So it happens, so you have to double check, right? AI requires human oversight. But the poetic thing that I see here is to generate the language models, you're using human data sets. Human data sets have behavioral frequencies and biases. The way humans talk, how frequent, like for example, an interesting observations can be patterns that would not have been seen because there's human oversight. A good example would be thinking that something is very, very short, but in fact it's not short. But using the word short to describe something that isn't very short. I'm trying to use more like generic terms because it's kind of humorous, in my opinion, that these things happen. And then the idea of AI is to remove the human component. Both. Because you have to remember that the AI model is using language models to describe things to you. So it can, in fact, be inaccurate. It can hallucinate. It can produce something that is inaccurate. But the idea is that AI is supposed to remove that propensity. We want a tool that is accurate without the aspect of humanity. And yet it's very humorous that when you take the human data sets that AI has, right, for now, they have the capacity to hallucinate and, or in my opinion, poetically be human, right? Like, oh, hey, I recall this is the correct answer, and it turns out it's slightly incorrect, and or which makes it fallacious, right? Like it's, if any part of it is correct, that incorrect, then it's incorrect, right? Right. That's kind of the idea, and it happens a lot, which makes it I am studying dogwood. You know, people talk about languages and stuff, so I'm gonna keep on studying when I choose to keep on studying. But this is part of the whole idea of live streaming study things, so you don't really have to tell me to keep on studying. And you have a very, very particular way of expressing things. Dogwood? Someone on Twitch. Someone on YouTube. Who has a, I'm not sure if they meant to, but saying it that way, in my opinion, is kind of rude. In as opposed to saying you should, or perhaps you should continue studying, as opposed to keep studying. I'm sure we both are studying Chinese, but you know, I'll never reach fluency. Bye. Bye, Dogwood. Continue projecting your own proficiencies onto me. That's fine. It's not like I want to be fluent. You never know. Fluency is part of the process. Yep. That person just said, I'll never reach fluency. Do you worry about the environmental impact of AI? I don't know. Too hard for me to tell. I haven't really thought about it. Yeah. It takes a lot of arrogance. Especially that person talked with a lot of arrogance, so I'm not surprised. If I had to guess, this person plays Overwatch. Okay, let's see. This person posted something about Overwatch. Buggiest Bloodborne enemies. Yep, that checks out. Good on them. Arrogant, myopic comments. He said, I'll never reach fluency, or he'll never reach fluency. He said, I will never reach fluency. And then said, bye. I'm like, good luck. Thanks. He sounds like a prick. Probably. But, like, it's very tough when you start your first comment and say, wow, it seems like things are overcomplicated. And then they use the term like, you learned that, more power to you. Like, well, that's fine. But what's happening is this person is distinguishing themselves from me. Right? And I was trying to be empathetic if it's possible. But I also made it clear that if we think differently, then that's perfectly fine. But if we do think the same, that's a point of empathy. But instead, this person continued to talk like they're better than me, or they know better, and interrupt other people with discussions. So I don't know what their problem is, but if I never become fluent, it doesn't hurt my feelings. That person must really love to think that they're fluent, but the way they said the Chinese, it's like, I'm not sure if you're fluent, but it's rude. In fact, the two phrases they said are incredibly rude. Like, I guess it wasn't very obvious that my parents are Chinese, and there's a difference between fluency and competence. If you can learn a lot of vocabulary, that's great, but that doesn't make it so that you can speak very rudely. What do you think was his reasoning for saying you'll never reach fluency? It's because I told him, or earlier he typed keep studying, or he they said keep studying, and I'm like, well, I'm taking my time, I'm discussing. That's kind of the reason about live streaming. We talk about language related things and or other things. And then that person's like, well, you keep on talking, so you'll never reach fluency. It's like, well, that's great.我阿爸我講話摸住蠻好，但我講話佢俾人講話也可愛, you know, right? So it doesn't really matter if you think that this person has a clear view of their elitism and their status based on fluency. Like, well, fluency also involves contextual awareness. So if you sound like a butthead, you're still gonna be a butthead. Talking to someone who also reads Chinese now, and then you come off as a butthead, that doesn't scream fluency to me. But perhaps that person could have said, oh, I didn't mean to be rude. Maybe I've used a phrase that was meant to be charitable or encouraging. But if that person was in fact trying to be a jerk, then mission accomplished. You are fluent in being a jerk. Congrats. I don't have to be fluent. You know, people don't have to be fluent to be relatable and talking. But you can also be fluent and be a jerk. So congratulations. When he said that you have a knee-jerk reaction of wanting to rightly insult them back. When he said that, did you have a knee-jerk reaction? No, not really. I already had a feeling when their first comment they made was mnemonics seem to way overcomplicated, lol. So, and then I made a response, right? It's overcomplicated if you don't use it. Most things are overcomplicated when you're not familiar with it. Perfectly fine. They didn't clarify about wasting time, so that was kind of very pleasant. They didn't use like, oh, this was a waste of time. But saying two-way overcomplicated is another euphemism for saying it's a waste of time, right? But then when you look at the mnemonic, I use examples, the sentences. So this person says, I know the character, I don't need all this to remember it. I'm like, that's great. How'd you know the character first? Right? Like, I'm sorry, but you might never know how it's like to learn another language or fluency, or even use English for that matter in an appropriate way. But hey, how'd you know the character first? Like, it's not even relevant to the comment of this. Like, okay, so you know the character. How did you know the character in the first place? Did you learn it by using vocabulary words that have that character? Did you read a sentence that used that character to ascertain its value? How long did it take you to read a sentence and learn that character? So no, it does not fundamentally address the acquisition of a character that you already know. Do you think they were being vulgar? I don't think they were being vulgar. But they certainly did not understand what I'm doing here, and I tried to explain that. But hey, it was gonna happen eventually, right? Fluent in being a jerk, I suppose. That wasn't the person who told you Duolingo is wasting time, was it? Oh, no. This is another random person. But it happens a lot. I never said that to you. I mean, we weren't talking about you, but okay. Unless Dogwood is you, then it would be interesting. Yeah, so that person's example was they basically took a vocabulary word that they have, and then so like, for example, similar, right? Similar is the root word of many similar words. And then they literally did these words. They picked two words that are similar, as in they have the similar character in them, which is here. So you can use examples to learn them retroactively. So this is the whole idea of a person projecting top down when they reach the top. Like, as in, they have the vocabulary, so they can distill the character meaning. Alternatively, you can bottom up, but they believe bottom up is too overcomplicated. And I'm like, why not both? Why not both? You can use both. I spent hours and hundreds of days to demonstrate that you can do both at the same time, but that can overcomplicate the learning process. If you're someone who's based on efficiency, pick the thing that worked for you. Good for you. But for me, I was trying to explain why I'm doing this, as opposed to having them guess what I'm doing. But the more I explain this stuff, the more I guess they felt a little offended by how I'm trying to add to the conversation, but you know, the last phrase, you'll never get fluent, you'll never reach fluency, that kind of explains pretty much who I'm talking to. So, oh yeah, I did want to ask you something about we talked about a while ago. I asked you if you think swear words were vulgar, and you said no. I think the people that use them are. Yes, that's you, pregnant. But do you think a person who uses swear words are themselves a vulgar person, or they are being vulgar when they swear? They are being a vulgar person in that moment. If they wanted to be vulgar, a person is all of the above. A person can be vulgar at one point and not vulgar at one point. Yeah, there are no like a person is not one thing at all times. So if a person wants to be malicious, dogwood could be interpreted as malicious, right? And since they left, leaving a incredibly sour use of Chinese, which is probably the first time I've met someone, actually this is the first time, it's kind of unprecedented, where that person was openly rude, and I'm not even sure if that was their intent. But using a command, phrasing, studying in a command, as opposed to saying like maybe you should focus on your study or you should consider studying, might be more of a misinterpretation or misexpression on my end. But instead they kind of removed the benefit of the doubt at all by following up by saying you will never reach fluency. Like, it wasn't you're gonna have a difficult time, you may or could, it's you will never reach fluency. So that's a very different expression. But hey, I'm not fluent enough to apparently read this person's message and understand what their meaning is, apparently. So at least I can understand, not being fluent, what that sentence means. Perhaps the intent is lost on me. But if there's anything, the English also explains a lot about the person as well. Like, saying mnemonic seems to way overcomplicate it, lol. To is misused, and then you have extender, and then overcomplicating. It's an irony. It's very ironic that the phrase that they use overcomplicates the English. So beats me. I can be as pedantic as the next person, but I'm here to share, in my opinion, I'm here to share the experience. It would be interesting if this person also shares their Chinese learning experience, and then see how they manage their arrogant, almost narcissistic comments, going around telling people what will or will not happen with them. I mean, I welcome that person to come back another 3 or 4 years, but I don't see that happening. It would be fun. I don't usually see people after like even 1 year, but perhaps another 2 or 3 years we'll see whether I ever reach fluency or not. Not that that is my concern. This is off topic, but I know you said that you get by monetarily via passive income, but did you ever have a struggle with money management? No, I have not. I've worked pretty much and managed finances since I was like 13 years old. In fact, thanks to modern technology, many modern technologies over the year, I am able to do much more with my finances. Yeah, so nowadays, I might have gotten worse at financing and budgeting because I don't manually do budgeting, financing, and stuff anymore because of technology. And here's a little off-topic digression, I suppose. I don't think people who grow up in this day and age know how to manage their money. Like not in the sense that they don't want to know, but or that they don't appreciate money management. I think the convenience of money management can be taken advantage, if you know what I mean. Like, technology is great, much like your first comment about AI. It's great and it's very convenient. However, this is assuming there's human oversight. So like a great example of money management is credit cards. If you use credit cards and you get the item, if you don't understand how that translates into interest and compound APR, like how that impacts your overall budget, you don't have to concern with it because you have the convenience of buying things on credit. So that convenience can obfuscate, like it can shroud the underlying workings of how money works. Like if I ask a person, what does the bank do with your money when you place it in the bank? That kind of stuff, it might not be important, right? It might not be important, but it also means you don't understand how that works. Here's a great example of something you learned and is gone. Let's relate it back to what Dogwood said to me about mnemonics seem to be way overcomplicated, right? If you don't need to use mnemonics, then it will always be overcomplicated. You see that? Like, if you learn something, you dispense with something else. So you no longer feel the value of that thing. So if you have a app on your phone that does all your budgeting, you no longer have the value or the appreciation of someone who oversees the credit by manually doing some of the budgeting. And this is true for myself as well. As I have grown older, I no longer do many of the things that I've done since I was 13 years old. Those skills are no longer that good. Like, how do I set up a spreadsheet to calculate my annuity if I had a certain principal base deposit, right? I don't know that anymore, but I can most definitely get on my phone and it will tell me. Now, if that phone is incorrect or inaccurate, then I'm in trouble and I don't know how to fix it. Or it would take me some time to like reevaluate and figure out what that is. And that's where AI comes in. The hallucinations are scary because they do human stuff, as in they can get things wrong. And AI is not supposed to get things wrong. They're supposed to compensate for human oversight, or the lack of human oversight, or the lack of need of human oversight. So, yeah, it would be terrible for you if you got a credit card. Yeah. And then there's behavioral impulse. Behavioral impulse is another thing. Technology is very convenient, so that convenience also creates impulse. For example, you don't need a credit card anymore. You don't even need to see your credit card. You can get and owe things using apps. You can have DoorDash, like you can owe apps money without actually owing money yet. So like you just tap on a couple buttons, and then the one thing though is keeping the boundary is credit cards. Credit cards are an archaic form of payment now compared to the modern standard, which is Google Pay or Apple Pay, for example. You load all your credit cards and you remove the middleman, but the middleman still exists. So like when you're swiping or scanning your phone, like waving your phone across the device, it's interacting with 2 or 3 middlemen. And those middlemen have fees, charges, accumulations that you have to track. Or you can use another middleman, an app that manages those things, and you hope that those apps and the app that's doing your payment are doing all those things. I don't do any of those things either anymore. Like, I don't, like, for example, track where my money is going. I track what my billing statements are. So you don't have to like write a check, for example. You don't have to manually get out your checkbook and write and send off the bills. Which then, if you send off all the bills, you have to collect your history of checks because you want to hold on to the history of checks. Nowadays, you get electronic statements. So those statements are supposed to be there and stored there. Hopefully, right? If they get deleted or you can't find them again, they're gone. They're gone to the ether. So, like, my father still does this thing where he prints out and copies all the statements. So he has a carbon copy of all his banking statements. I don't even do that anymore, and I've embraced the convenience of electronic statements. So for me, I have triple backups of all the PDFs, but I'm not doing those backups even. I put one backup and it backs up in 3 different locations of my statements from my bank. So not only do my banks and like creditors and stuff have a copy of their own in which I can request, I also have stored copies of those in 2 different places in case like one storage fails and then I lose the 2 copies, right? Or I lose the singular copy, because statements can be wrong. So when you find an like an inconsistency in your statement, you have to have the original. And a lot of this could all end up in the poop chute as a one go if you're too complacent. Much like the way the person is so defined, you know, going back to the initial discussion, much like that person that thinks that one way, the highway, and immediately thinking so arrogantly that they can predict the future of someone who does a lot of things. I didn't go out of my way to suggest that they would never become fluent and that we would never speak Chinese together, but instead this person revealed their true colors and confirmed with minimal doubt that this person believes they are better than me, which oftentimes I'm not friends with people who think they're better. I'm friends with people who think we can be better. Not a me or you, us and them, you and me, but we. So I'm looking for people who have a we mindset, not you and me. If you get a credit card, you think you would just spend loads of money with the unrealistic mindset of I'll figure out how to pay them back? Yeah, so until you learn not to do that, you shouldn't get a credit card. That's fair. That's very mature of you, Procol. I have met quite a lot of mid-20s kids that stray away from credit cards knowing their impulses for that too. I had a credit card when I was 16. Joint credit card with my parents, of course. They were the collateral, or like and then I managed my credit. So the reason why I started credit early is because my parents used to operate a business. And in the United States, your credit score and your history of your business transaction is as early as you are. You can't compensate for time. So, for example, credit score is a lot, like 60% to 70% of your credit score is based on your history of managing credit. So, say I wanted to start a business, I wouldn't pay right out of my pocket. I'd probably get a low interest loan, a gigantic low interest loan, manage that loan and stuff in order for me to make a huge turn on, like, it's kind of a combination of like claiming interest, claiming loans versus starting a business, and then using that, and then using your liquidity, right, the money you have in case of liquidating all your loans, or like paying back your loans. But the idea is it's actually far more efficient if you use credit, do a forward investment, use that as a risk against your business, and then know that you are liquid enough to accommodate any backdrops. And with a great credit score, how does that relate to credit score? With a great credit score, you are able to do that at an advantage. You are able to get money, use that money, make that money, and then pay them back. But while at the same time remaining liquid enough to, in case the business goes south, you have personal finances. But in this way, you are not risking all your extra money yet. That kind of thing. It's like like the difference between investing and saving. I think that's one thing that I wasn't very clear last time. When I was playing Clear Obscure, and we were talking about like the controller being $200. I think the difference is that I understand saving money. So when you're saving money, you know what you're saving for. Like, you know you need to save money for food and like insurance, healthcare, or various versions of that, and then your house and your rent. Investing deals with thinking about the risk and how much you're going to make at the cost of that risk, right? And oftentimes when that is a choice, you're using money to make a lot more money. You don't have to take any of those risks. So the idea is that controller that I was buying was a investment. I wasn't saving for a controller that I must have. So it is a gamble, and oftentimes investments are risky. So that's kind of probably the thing that it's like, I totally understand when you have to save money. Like my parents spend most of their time, most of their lives saving money, and because of that kind of financial foundation that I grew up with, I saved enough money in which I never have to be liquid enough for debt. So I have no debt in my life. My parents do not have any debt. But then I started working on investments. And then whenever I'm talking about investments, that's probably where we kind of differed. And I was being a little pedantic in retrospect. I forgot to mention this the last time we talked, but not that particular time. The look at investment comes with a lot of risk, and it's not worth it if you're working on saving money, right? Like saving for a rainy day. Investments, you invest with things you're willing to lose a lot of times. So it can be very tough when it comes to the morality and or motivation decision making. Like, I invested $200 on a controller and it didn't pay out. But the idea is you make lots of investment choices, and overall you're expecting to win out on those investments. Savings is the idea of savings is it's 95 to 99% guaranteed to happen, and it's safe. So a great idea in the United States traditionally is you put your money in the bank, and the banks, if they fail, then pretty much a lot of things already fail. So it's not like you can win in a no-win situation. So when you save, like in a security deposit, for example, you put a CD on a flat 5% increase, right? Interest, appreciation interest for like 3 years. That is a savings. That's your saving for a rainy day. Yeah. Thanks for clarifying that. I think a big factor when we had that conversation is that you're naive in terms of investment, as you're struggling enough with just saving money. I think that's true. I agree with you. And I don't think you have to ever... this is
this is going to be a really problematic. I will probably get a little flack for this, but I think people can live very successfully by focusing on the idea of saving money, like trying to save money. The idea of investment is very alluring because people share all their investment successes, but not most of their investment losses. So investment a lot of times, in my opinion, is like, oh, you got a good windfall. Now you have $100,000, right? You have $100,000, whatever type of currency you want, and it's a lot of money. Now, how do you diversify so that overall you turn that $100,000 into like $150,000? You're going to lose some, and you're going to win some, and it requires a different type of mindset that really is incredibly dangerous, in my opinion. Like, I'm being a little negative here. It can be incredibly dangerous by focusing on all the possibilities of what it can happen. So I totally understand that. I buy things that I don't need, predicated on the idea that I could lose all that money in response. So, and this is extreme, but I buy video games the same exact way. I buy video games for the potential to get back entertainment, to get back value. That video game could suck so hard and it would make me feel like I've wasted $70, but that is an investment. It is not a savings. You don't, like, I understand that other people use those terms, like, oh, I'm saving money for video games, but that's like a child. That's like a child that doesn't have to save for rent, for food, for shelter, for their education, for their children. You are not, in my opinion, saving money in the same way when you're younger than when you're older. So for me, when I hope to talk to people, I try to make sure it's not the same thing, because we don't need many of things we save money for. Like, we don't need to save money for the internet. We don't need to save money for our cell phones. We do have to save money for food, and like in case we get ill, and putting a roof over our heads. So a lot of times I try to be careful about warping people's perspective, because if you're saving money for video games and you're still worried about getting by, I like to encourage others to say, save money for those things before you consider investing in things you don't need. So like, you don't need to, you're not saving money for video games, you're investing money. Now, there is a big caveat to video games and entertainment. Some people, which I try to be as empathetic as possible, some people believe they have to be healthy in order, they need these things to be healthy, like mentally healthy. So that can be a need. Video games can turn into a behavioral need, because maybe your life is incredibly stressful and you feel sentimentally that you need the video game. So you can be saving money for video games, provided that everything else is okay. Like, you have your finances straightened, you have your home, you have guarantee of food, right? Those things are necessary, and then you may incorporate the need for video games. But I think one of the biggest compulsory problems or issues, non-sustainable issues in like American finance, especially American finance, is that you can end up rationalizing things that you're saving money for at the expense of the most important things. And I think, Procol, that's what makes it so that I feel you are far more responsible when you're already making arguments and whatnot for things you may not need, and then focusing on things you do need. Probably what I would say. Thanks for clarifying. I think a big factor, right? Because you're so bad at saving money, you had a tough chat with your sister today where you asked her if I could send her all my money and only have her send me money when you need to buy food or pay bills, but I felt so relieved afterwards of getting the courage to talk to her about that. Oh, okay. That does hit close to home for me, except instead of video games, it's illicit substances. Yeah, you might take back that comment about me being responsible. Well, here's the thing. Responsible is being aware first, right? You're making the efforts and proactive decision making to be responsible. I don't know if you watch this thing. I'm in a finance kind of moment because I really like this person's thing. He's a popular channel, but I'm not sure if you're familiar with Caleb. But Caleb has made it into a thing, and I love his like setup because then I get to actually see I get to like see people, like what kind of people and what kind of behavior and stuff, like extreme behaviors. Of course, this is extreme, but there's like various lengths, but I get to observe what it's like because of his platform. He's basically he's a art student slash your dad introduced me to him. He loves Kayla. Yeah, so I like being able to see that. I don't get a chance because I don't work as a financier, right? I'm not a person who does finance for other people, so I don't get that exposure. And his platform is incredibly informative to me because now I have all these case studies, like I can observe these things, and I don't have to focus on interacting with the person. I can focus on observing the way the person interacts. So I've been watching a lot of his things in which he like tries to share that, and that's awesome. So, you know, Caleb isn't talking to the audience, right? He's not pandering like a one-on-one, creating a parasocial relationship. He's talking to someone else and demonstrating his interaction with someone else. And I loved his like way of onboarding all of the people, so those people are completely aware. They're not doing like double blind studies or candid studies. They're on board, so the two people are aware, and I really like that about the disclosure about onboarding. So the interactions and stuff are informed interactions, and that's pretty sweet. Your dad showed me his videos to tell me, look at how dangerous these habits can be and how deep a hole you can put it, and don't get to that point. Yeah. You like his quick, blunt, assertive way he talks to people? I enjoy that. You're not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna do that, obviously, but I like when other people have different solutions or like different ways of explaining things. But that doesn't mean that I embrace those things for myself. It's something I don't inherently do, but I enjoy watching other people go about their way. Did you see the video where he kicked the guest off the show? I did. Was it the... It was the lady with like, she was, this describes a lot of the characters, but I'm pretty sure it was the lady, right? The army one, the military, the ex-military, or possibly the military one. I think it's that one. There was a couple episodes where they're like, no, I can't help you. Like that's just, there's no hope. Like, or like he doesn't know what to do, and so that kind of thing. I'm not. There were a couple, but remind me of the one person. But I really like his stuff. Maybe there's multiple, as the one I'm thinking of was the guy who bought a motorcycle. Oh, okay. Yeah, the guy who bought a motorcycle. There was also that guy that kept self-incriminating themselves. I didn't know if that reached a point where they would say like, we can't really do this. We're reaching like, because there are a couple people who tend to self-incriminate themselves, which is a little sketchy. Anyways, okay, now we do have to keep keep moving. So I stopped right before the review. Oh yeah, he literally specified which drug he sold as a side hustle. Yeah. So I think, hear me out here on a positive note. I don't know what motivates all these people, but they're doing something. You see what I mean, Procol? Now think about all the people who don't do anything about it or aren't aware of that. So like, it's easy, in my opinion, it may be easy to criticize someone sharing their experience, Dogwood and me. Like, I share my experiences. It's very, very easy to say, you won't do that, you won't do this, you won't slip up here, when you're not held accountable for your actions. It's easy to say this person will never do this or never learn this because you either have already done it or you're unaware of how other people do things. So for all intents and purposes, much like what I said about you, you are aware of something and you're trying to be proactive about it. That is far different from someone who's looking at another person and predicting the future based on their own experiences. That is not what these people do. Whatever, regardless of what their motivation is, they are there on that show, on that channel, and they're being proactive about it. It can get worse, absolutely, but it can also get better. Not doing anything about it means you continue to be fluent in being a jerk. For example, right? You could make an argument, oh, that person was trying to interact with me, but they were being a jerk. And well, I'm not the greatest in interacting with people who think they're better than me. In fact, it's one of those consistencies that I have. I treat you with the utmost respect. In fact, you wouldn't even have to say you're better than me. I prefer to overestimate the person I'm talking to than underestimate them. Yes, that is different from most, in my opinion, most cynical people who tend to underestimate everything in order to avoid disappointment. I tend to overestimate people because I want them to be better, at least better than me. So when someone is being elitist and comes in and say that they are, or constantly indicate that they know better, you don't even have to do that. I look for that, right? So the vast majority of the people that I end up talking to are people who underestimate themselves. So I spend most of my time trying to overestimate them. And no, they do not disappoint me if they don't meet the mark. The idea is there's more room that we can work with. We can improve together, right? Some of them do seem incredibly narcissistic, but yeah, at least they're doing something, yes. If you don't do something, it's rarely is it going to change. As you can compare how much better different amounts of actions are, but doing something at all is infinitely better than doing nothing, yes. In fact, it can, they can spiral off to anywhere, so it's pretty sweet what he's doing. I think that's fantastic. Hank Green does it differently too. I mean, he does it with sacrificing his own integrity, or like not really sacrificing his own integrity, but he puts himself on the spot when he interacts with other people, which is kind of what I hope to do in the future. I put myself on the spot, right? It's easy to go around and type a couple words and whatnot and be mistaken, but if you're not here to do anything about it or talk about it, then I can't do anything about that. But I can tell you now, I'm accountable. I'm accountable exactly for what I say. Yesterday, by the way, another person got angry at me and said that I was being hostile by trying to figure out if I could recommend Clear Up Scared to them. And it was like I made this person was I clearly said something that was mistaken as being hostile, but I was more completely invested in the idea that I can't recommend something to a stranger if I don't know anything about them. And then when I told them about what type of games they're interested in, because they literally told me about what kind of games they're interested in because I asked, they felt that I was being hostile by saying this game may not be for them. Because whatever they said was viewing Clair Obscur in a negative or a disinterested way. And somehow that turned out to be prejudice, as in, like, oh, you're just generalizing and assuming something about me. It's like, well, you're choosing to use generalizations to describe yourself, and then you're generalizing me. So I'm repeating or trying to understand what you're saying. So you're not being specific about most things. You say turn-based games are bad or usually bad. That is a generalization. I can't go beyond that. So Clair Obscur is a turn-based game. So this game might not be for you based on that. That is funny, them thinking it's a gotcha when they think they are better than you and you assume they are. Yeah, when you already approached them in a conversation. Yeah, so the quickest way I can tell you is, if you say something in this chat, I'm not going to treat you like a kid unless you want to be. So being hostile is different from being serious. You trying to help them avoid a game that they won't enjoy? How dare you? Yeah, they're not convinced. They got angry at me at the end. So they did the same thing that Dogwood did, but Dogwood was a little bit more aggressive. They said, well, you know, if you were a little less hostile, I'm sure I would find you entertaining. But since you keep telling me that I'm the other type of gamer, and all I was here for is to try to get the appeal of this game, you know, for me to convince them that this game is appealing. Well, anyways, I'm just gonna go. And I'm not going to come back. It's like, okay, I hope you don't come back and find someone even more entertaining that would convince you about a game that you keep saying, sharing various things like Ubisoft relationship and collecting things and whatnot that are aspects of JRPG. My question is, are you angry at me that I didn't convince you to play a game that you really actually wanted to play? Or did you spend the whole time expressing you don't like these kind of games, and I'm only confirming that you don't like these kind of games, and you got angry when you're that other type of gamer that you're describing to me? So that's kind of the weird situation I was in yesterday. Like, this person was trying really hard maybe to get me to convince them to play a game when I asked them many questions about what type of gamer they are, and I iterated back to them as serious as I can, and they keep suggesting that I'm suggesting they wouldn't be able to appreciate how good this game is because they're too brain rotted. I'm like, I don't understand. Like, this game appeals to a certain type of player. Are you upset that you're not this type of player and you're not the same as me? Like, it doesn't matter. You don't have to be the same as me. So in the end, they felt hostile because they think I was inferring that I'm a better gamer, or gamers who play Clair Obscur are somehow less brain rotted than the gamers they are. Like, no, I love watching people play games that I am otherwise disinterested. It's also the same as this person who thinks that I'll never become fluent because I don't learn the way they learn or do the things they do. It's horrendously presumptuous. If I never become fluent, that's fine. Like, you think that would hurt me emotionally, but no, because that wasn't ever the goal of learning Chinese. It was not to be fluent, it's to learn Chinese. That is the goal. The goal is to learn Chinese, and I'm doing that already. I'm actually happy at stopping wherever I am now for something even more important. Clearly not more important than being friends with a person who thinks whatever I'm doing is not important enough to them. At the end, you should have just played into and say skill issue. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I thought about it. Like, some of that stuff would be on the same wavelength, in my opinion. I think I reserve that when I'm friends with someone. So I make those type of jokes and generalizations. I use generalizations when I'm with friends. I don't tend to use generalizations when talking with strangers because I prefer to learn as much possible about the stranger. That's the quickest route, in my opinion, to becoming friendly or strange, like less likely to step on eggs and like eggshells. Like, it's not about stepping on eggshells. I'm going to step on as many eggshells as possible to form details. I don't like presuming things. The fun part is most people operate on presumptions in order to form friendships. I don't. Personally. I prefer not to. Yeah, obviously you shouldn't have actually said that, as that's just lowering yourself to their level, but their reaction to that would have been hilarious. Yeah. There is a chance they might think it would be funny, actually. So it's kind of an investment, right? I could say skill issue as a fun icebreaker, or I could choose to be myself. And you know what's funny? One last thing. I think people don't think that people act like me. But I think if I were being bold, they just don't meet people that act like me. And that's the difference, in my opinion. That makes a gigantic difference. Like, some people think I am being pretentious and holding up a certain appeal. So if I acted the way they wanted me to act, as in like every other Twitch streamer or every other person learning Chinese, then I would be more entertaining, or I'd be more successful, or however they want to project. But that would mean that I would have to keep up that act for the rest of my life, or for the rest of my relationship with this person. And that's being disingenuous. So when that person said, I'm sure they would find me entertaining if I was being less hostile, I'm like, if this is less hostile, it's not going to change. It is the most fundamental, genuine way I can interact with someone. So you're telling me it is exhausting to be able to talk about you personally, because that's how I treat people. I treat people as people, not a generalization. So it's not going to change. I would be, if at all, I would say I'm sure to be less entertaining over time, because it is less entertaining for most people. If it were true, I would be talking to a lot of people and using a lot of generalities, but I don't. So I don't know. Let's go back to this. And then now I have like, we're gonna try to knock this out now. I'll be a little late, but we'll save the more discussions for next time pro call. Now this is no point of no return. Yeah, point of no return. Okay, I got it. Okay.
4
Very excellent conversation, by the way. That's per usual. I'm always here too. Probably not on Sundays anymore. Will you delay watching anime if you get behind on studies? I think the guys will be fine. With it. The reason why I have to head off earlier today is because it's Sunday, and one of the guys work. It used to be on Saturdays, and it was a lot more flexible because the other guy doesn't have to go to bed. But now they do. Would I cut my studies short, like if I fall behind here? Possibly. Yeah, I haven't thought about it yet. We'll try our hardest.
连
Yeah, I mean, remember, then we're cutting our conversation short, and I don't typically want to do that either. So, choices. Choices. Wait. Was this still general? Wait. Yes. Oh, right. It's,
酱
yeah. Yeah, lots of choices. I don't want to delay or shorten our conversation as well. No, this is not on you. This is more my, like, I have too much of a good thing, right? This is a weird flex. I have too much of a good thing. I have your time. I have your time. I also have the guy's time. Today just happens to be a lot of choices. So I feel appreciative, right? Very appreciative. It's lovely to have this type of problem. I don't think it's like, this is one of the greatest things about having people, like having people in your life. Sometimes you have people around that are okay with understanding that, oh yeah, then you can go and do other things. And I hope you have things too, Prokal, like things that you can look forward to and whatnot, right? Like if you're not doing this, then you're doing other things because you have so many important things, right? It's all good. You've queued into Overwatch, so won't chat for a while. It has been a great chat, indeed. Yeah, and for Dogwood and that other guy, Synth, and whatnot, I hope they have better things to do, right? Instead of wishing them like the worst day of their lives or like being bitter or something, I hope they have better things to do. If we are in disagreement and they don't like me, go find something you like. That spares both people a lose-lose situation. I have many things I'm incredibly appreciative of losing the opportunity for someone else's presence, I suppose. That's fine. I have plenty of people as well that I would invest more time into, much like they would. Hopefully, I hope. Right? I don't want to kick a person while they're down or inadvertently doing that by accident. Okay. What was this? SpongeBob, right?
4
And then this was school.
句
Okay. All right. How quickly can we do this? I got 12 minutes. All right.
彩色 老旧
这双鞋子很老旧。
Old and old. Is that not super old? Old fashioned. Old fashioned. Oops. Oh, 4. 4.
香
Oh no. Okay.
胜利
我们的胜利来得不容易。
It's still victory, is it not? Win profit. Huh. I need to get on board here.
退还、
租金之后会退还。
退休、
他2年前退休了。
What did I say this was? Oh. We want the other character meaning? Oh. Oh, okay, okay. That's okay. Fair enough. What? Wait. Oh, wrong thing. Fine.
仍旧、
他仍旧是10年前的老样子。
仍旧 still long ago.
.立足点、
建立立足点。
名、
Oh no, this is not Valley. What is it? I don't not enough time. Just go. We'll push. What? Oh, it's just P. Yeah.
P.
Oh, E. Oh my. Oh, wrong.
不易、
跟他相处可不易。
古老、
这是一座古老的城市。
前任、
我的前任退休了。
I can't spell. Oh, that's not. It doesn't have the dollhouse.
把玩、
他把玩着他最喜欢的珠宝。
推动、
推动社会向前发展。
食材、
高质量的食材。
取胜、
他相信他能取胜。
取胜 take win.
某、
Oh, duh. Oops.
下山，
我们要下山。
反对，
我反对这个提议。
Negate, right? Oppose, I guess. Maybe like oppose. No, it's kind of like overcome, or maybe like it's like overcome to prevail. Oh, overcome is not one. Interesting. No. 介绍
介绍所，
职业介绍所。
报，连，差点，
他差点哭出来。
周，些，
What are you? I don't know what you are anymore. I'm gonna stick to Valley, but oh, Swinfins. Right. Fine. Not today. Not today.
挺身，
挺身还击。
不一定，
你的看法不一定对。
Can't spell necessarily. Send help.
长生不老，
世上不可能有长生不老的人。
意志，
人民的意志。
Oops. That's the wrong tone.
答复，
我期待你的答复。
Who? Response? Return copy. Oh, no.
蓝图，
绘制蓝图。
刀子，
他收藏刀子。
意，香，土，香草，
香草是一种常用的调味品。
Heck. Heck. Who is it? Not Jimmy. Someone else. Not Jimmy.
示范，
我先给大家示范一下。
可怕，
可怕的梦，
I got another one on that. Oh, wrong one.
支付，
我可以用现金支付。
A.
不敢当，
不敢当，还要不断练习。
宝，架子，
把药品摆在架，
高跟鞋，
他喜欢穿高跟鞋。
反，
What? I guess oppose is fine for that too. Oh, no.
“学”，
It's like reply and response. Oh. Really? Response and respond? No. That's fine.
和，就，
Uh-oh. Oh no. I'm drawing a blank on that right now. Gotta push it.
使，
This is to fly across. But why am I forgetting the... Right? Or no?
“适度”，
适度的体育活动。
坏人，
他不是一个坏人。
长衫，
长衫是常见的男子服饰。
I'm already 5 minutes over.
图书馆，
这座图书馆很安静。
I'm probably gonna be an hour late. Okay. Don't remember this one. Oh. Oh, I wrote the wrong tone for what I was thinking.
漂流，
乘竹排漂流。
咖啡，
他不
So you plan to spend another 55 minutes studying? Probably. I'll just tell them now, right? Yeah, it's fine. Discord works. I'll try to aim for 30 minutes. Provided.
“接济”，
老人的生活费用全靠亲友接济。
看病，
你应该去看病。
广场，
时代广场位于纽约市。
香水，
喷香水。
How long does the journey take to get to whichever friend's house you're watching it at? Oh no, we're just watching it here. Online friends. We don't have to go anywhere. It's basically when I end.
失望，
他对结果感到失望。
报纸，
我很少看报纸。
程度，
努力的程度。
Oh, this one was from yesterday that I thought would be a problem. Level. Oh right, are you gonna be in Discord? Wait, should I type? Yeah, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Yep, that kind of thing.
“另外”，
我还要跟你谈另外一件事情。
I had this. So Ling. I gotta push this. It's not coming to me at the moment. Also, how is that gonna work with watching it in sync? Let me just watch it in sync. Let me just do it in sync.
专业、
丰富的专业知识。
What? Wait. What? I could have sworn that was it. Wait. Zhuang Ye. Oh no. What the heck is...
需要、
Yeah, I guess that, I mean, how do you count down and you play at the same time, or someone screen share? Either works. Either works. Sometimes some of us don't make it and then they just catch up. Like on their own. More like a hang time.
社会、
每个人都应该关心社会。
台、 手指、
我割伤手指了。
No, I mean like sometimes they just watch it on their own in case we don't make it. Let's just catch up, like fill in the blanks. Like they could like start watching and then I'll just watch in retroactively. You don't have to watch it in order per se. Well, at least I don't have to watch it in order. Special business. I can't think of this right now. Specialized, yeah, specialty. Attendance. Oh, I messed up the...
惯例、
按照惯例，
分配、
均匀分配工作。
I can't spell. Oops, that's not it. That's not that.
失业、
失业表示他很闲了。
More out. More out is another, right? Another more outside. Outside another. I can't right now. Let's keep going quickly.
课程、
这是一门很好的中文课程。
集合、
在火车站集合。
Like to gather up,
他、
but I can't quite phrase it right now. And I still didn't get this. Really? It's like to gather up, to meet, to assemble. That's fine. Gather up, assemble. Uh...
社区、
社区活动中心、
Oh, I missed the final on that.
困、 金鱼、
那条金鱼快死了。
专利、
获得专利。
Whoops. That's how that works.
工程、
他在大学念工程。
Okay.
苦、
Oh, no, that's nope.
不、 绝、
You forgot to ask earlier when you talked about your sister. Is your sister older or younger? I have a younger sister. Although they are 9 months younger than me. So we're kind of more or less, I don't know what you call it. Like it's closer to twinning than anything. We're very close together. I know that sounds like, but that's almost a year. But oftentimes siblings that are so close together in age tend to feel less like older or younger. We rarely see ourselves as dramatically younger or older. Although she is, you know, she's my sister, so she's my parents' daughter, and then I'm my parents' son, so that's what differentiates them. But yes, she is younger. Younger sister. However, most of our life decisions and stuff overlap at the same age, very similar age. And your mother must be struggling to go through the pain of popping you out then nearly. I don't know how it worked. Oh, it did. Well, it's like the maximum thing. My sister was premature. So apparently she was 2 months premature. So it would have been the same amount. Technically, we were in the same school year for the beginning, and then she became 1 school year apart. But supposedly, normally, we should typically be in the same school year. But because of when she was born in the calendar year, we were school year apart. I'm a March baby, and she's a December baby, so it flanks the school year. I'm at the end of the first half, and she's at the beginning of the second half. So it straddles the school year, so she can't be in the same school year. But originally, it was started in the same school year, because if I started then we would be in the same school year. Like, if I were held back, for example, like technically, I'm at the end of a school year, or close to the end of the school year. Yeah, September. Is it September? Yes, it is in September. August and September. So we were technically not split by school year, but then it did happen. Yeah. Very, very similar things. Oops. What? Oh, this is branch, not temple. Uh,
读者
读者喜欢这本书。
oh no, what was the right thing? Oh yeah, it was Sparks, right?
消
I still haven't focused on this yet. Oh. Yeah, no, that's not it. This is to fly across, right? Yeah, it is fly across.
《飞跃
Okay.
所 众
Whoops, I missed the D.
百分 计 失去
失去平衡。
跟进
他们会跟进这个问题。
危及
危及儿童生命。
Oops, wrong. Fat fingered the wrong thing.
篮球
篮球队。
闷 理想
我的理想工作。
经 手术
手术需要几个小时。
习惯
他的坏习惯。
量 做 请示
向上级请示。
To ask for advice.
使用
你会不会使用这台机器？
月 难题
这是一个难题。
Oh wait. I gotta think about that for a moment.
感谢
感谢大家的支持。
词
Yeah. What? Oh, I have the wrong tone. The wrong tone. Doesn't sound right when I said it.
计算
让我计算最终结果。
活该
这家伙落得如此下场，活该。
字杯子
杯子里的水。
医院
9个人被送到医院。
作者
这位作者的小说非常畅销。
Or to advise. To ask for instructions. Yeah, to seek advice. We have so many for this one, huh? Or instructions. Yeah. Oh, 30 minutes? Yeah, okay. Let's sum up this stuff and call it a day. Okay, go, go, go. What was this? Terrarium. I had assemble. I needed to spend more time on assemble. But we would get assemble eventually if I thought about it a little bit longer. Waiter in general. Okay. What was this? Terrarium breaking it because they were upset. Who was breaking it? Magic stuff. Gun. No. It was Dumbledore. One. Lian. Oh no, wait. It was... Ooh, it was Jian. No. Oh, priest. Priest in general. Jian. And then the overly complicated thing that someone was being smart aleck about. So and then yeah. Yeah, good. Good. Bit pattern. Oh yeah, qualified. This one's gonna be a problem in the future. Zhicheng or no, 支持 保持 快速 速度 高速公路 加速 张力 营房 营地 将开 Oops. 将开 食指 Alright. Our two from yesterday. Yo. Old. Ran out of no croissants, right? No croissants. The old flowers. I think this one's fine. Then oh, that's so flat. That's fine. 意志 which is aspiring to an idea. Aspiring to an idea requires willpower. Yep. And we got this today, so no problems. All right, folks, that's a wrap today. Yeah, pardon the slight interruption, but that's like the slight negativity, I suppose. But yeah, great conversations. Thanks again, Prokol, for hanging out and chilling. We are gonna have to unpack quite a lot in the future. It'll be kind of fun to go down memory lane for the next 100 days, but sure enough, this discussion is gonna be brought up in day 200, right? How long is it till our day 200? We have 75 days before our next review, our next like hot take, tentative takes on things. But this one is a little bit memorable. It stands out, being the first person that I've met that was clearly someone who thinks highly of themselves and think that they understand things in the world as they are. Hopefully they find a company that also believes in the same way. You were gonna make a dark joke, which I won't, but I'm curious as to what you would do if someone said that if you don't keep streaming, they would do something like jump off a building. I would probably go find. I would probably go help them go find support like right away. I probably keep on streaming, but I would probably stop everything and try to get them the help immediately. And yeah, that's probably it. Actually, probably best to bank that question until next stream. No, it wouldn't be much of a change. Like, it's you're asking extreme questions, so they have straightforward answers. Extreme questions have straightforward answers, whereas nebulous questions have lots of wiggle room to discuss. If someone says that they're about to do something very, very detrimental to their health, I would probably do everything possible to get them help right away. Yeah, ultimatum, like reach a desperation for help by producing an ultimatum. I don't want to be in that situation, obviously, but I've already been in that situation several times. Not on stream, obviously, not on stream, but I have been in situations like that already. And one of them involved getting up at like 3 a.m. in the morning and driving across a state border to have the person meet up with their family, so that their family could admit the person temporarily to a rehabilitation center, which I was told also had some premeditated problems. They're, as far as I know, they're healthy. I really do hope that they're incredibly healthy. And if you're curious, they were having a mental breakdown per se due to high pressure. They're incredibly high achieving. They were way more successful than I was, academically, career wise. They had everything going for them. Right. I'm sure you probably heard this. We have a little bit extra time here. I'm sure you've heard these types of stories before. You can be incredibly brilliant, a genius, in fact, even incredibly fluent in the language and competent, but exercise zero emotional intelligence about the self and others around. But in this case, this person had incredible emotional intelligence outwardly, but they did not have a lot of balance or checks for themselves. It's a story probably, to me, as old as I've been alive. One that is incredibly exuding empathy on the outside, but lacking, or like attempting to prioritize empathy over self-love, like self-care. So it's obviously lots of pressure on the outside really early in the age, and then I just happen to be, it's not surprising to me because I self-select into this, right? It sounds common, but I'm not trying to make it sound common. I don't actually think this stuff is common, but it is common when you're around that situation. So when you're around people who are incredibly high aptitude and learning and coming from a background that is incredibly privileged. Yeah, I'm not saying you can excuse people who are lazy and like have been given the world and their family are successful. That can happen too. But there are also people who are have really loving parents, super privileged. The parents unintentionally might place a lot of pressure, or they might place a lot of pressure on themselves, and then that leads to that situation too. Again, statistically rarer. However, within a selective group, as in like if you're selected in yourself, it's kind of like the internet. How do you feel like something that's rare happens all the time? You gather into the groups. So is it rare for language learners, for example, to feel a certain way about learning and then intelligence and fluency? Yes, it is. Because if you surround yourself with that and then you don't spend your time interacting with other people outside, it may feel like everything. So for me, I do want to emphasize this was a rare situation. However, I don't think it's as rare. The distance between someone who is entertaining those ideas versus someone who's simply depressed and wants like the distance, the time it takes from someone who is chronically depressed to reach a point in that state where they start having premeditation. It's very subtle, but it happens rapidly. You know, as a personal share, I had these thoughts like when I was younger. It happens all the time. Like you ask yourself, you have intrusive thoughts all the time. You're driving down, you know, you're working day in, day out, right? And then you're driving home for the vacation. This is an actual real anecdote. You're driving home. It's only a 2-hour drive, right? Go home for the holidays. And the first thing you thought about when you're crossing the bridge is it would be easier just to drive off that bridge. Right? So these things do happen. And I say this with earnest that I have experience with these things. So, being the person I am today is a result of being able to negotiate and all that. And you might be thinking, well, why would you think that? Your life must have sucked. No, it didn't. I was at the peak of my performance. Like, I managed to get into one of the best schools in the country. Everything worked out for me, like from ground zero. Like I got lucky a lot of times in my life. I turned myself around, as in emotional intelligence and all that. I had all the privileges that could happen, but that doesn't stop people from sometimes losing sight of themselves. So, right. And now it would have been like, you know, one would say you could sympathize, you can offer your sympathy to me when I was younger, but I wish I could do that for others now. So that's kind of what I do, what I want to do now. I want to be that other person to make that period shorter. I think many people, if not most young people nowadays, may have entertained those types of ideas jokingly. In fact, I think they even use it as euphemism, like dark jokes like that. I'm not saying dark jokes are not cathartic or anything, protocol, but using that can raise some level of awareness. I honestly would, like, here's an even cynical perspective of your little your example. What if this person said that and they were joking, but they got me to do something that was like a scam? Like they deliberately used my time. I'm like, that's a good use of time. I would prefer someone that is willing to at least joke and express it than not at all. The most dangerous aspect of this type of like darkness, like sadness in people, is when they have zero ability to emotionally express something outwardly, because you can't tell. And of course, this is ending in a very somewhat subtle way, but when you have a question about a loved one or someone around you and a friend, right? Being observant of their behavior and their behavioral pattern is the closest thing you'll get to being able to tell if they're declining in mental health. Because in those situations, the far more common interaction with these things is the person doesn't say anything. They don't do anything. So honestly, when someone did make this comment before to me, Procol, so they offer these ultimatums as a way to get an answer. I would prefer to be fooled by someone having a dark inclination and investing in that than not at all. So it's great if I can help the person when that person needs help. But at the same time, if that person didn't need help, I would still do it. It's still better than a person sitting there not saying anything, not doing anything for anyone, or like not interacting with anyone, because those are the individuals that do not get saved. They or get the attention that they want or may need. So that's kind of the idea. Yeah, you've had troubles as as you've been pretty privileged in life on the whole, and that's often made you criticize yourself when you get into depressive states. As I think my parents, I have loving parents, I'm not in poverty, I have all this stuff, and yet you feel crappy. Yeah. And it's a lose-lose. I don't think, regardless of how privileged you are, regardless of how poor, in like all the things, everyone deserves love. That's what I like to say. Like, some of I only say a few couple absolutes, but sometimes if you're human, if you still consider yourself human, right? I mean, there are rare people who are sociopathic, but at the same time they still exercise self-love. So whether it comes from you or someone else, I hope you have that. An argument is often incredibly balanced and healthy, and like disagreements, like I had disagreements with this particular person, disagreements with someone else, it's incredibly healthy with the context that you have something that is foundational. So I'm not emotionally distraught because someone thinks that I'm never going to be fluent in Chinese. That's fine. Like, I don't require this person's affirmation. And then the other person, right? I prefer not to. I prefer to keep my integrity intact than offer hot takes on that person's recommendation. So, or need for recommendation. And I hope that person finds affirmation somewhere else. And then, Dogwood, I hope they find affirmation somewhere else, because obviously, this person has different priorities than I do. And I would say that summarizes pretty much most of my language learning experience in sharing experiences. People have their foundational ways of making sure that they're doing the right thing. That doesn't hurt my pride. It doesn't hurt my emotions. If you get a kick out of telling someone that you're learning better and you know better, then that's perfectly fine. I prefer that situation well over those type of situations I discuss. So I guess you can call it human relativity or not, but I've seen the worst. I would argue I might have seen the worst in people at such an early age that it makes me sound like I'm an 80-year-old being content with death. But that's what happens. These situations age you mentally, and relative to most of the other things, I think there's plenty of. I try to be. I might sound like an optimist, but I sound more like a realist. I keep all the worst and best case scenarios in my head, but I don't focus on them when I'm outwardly expressing. So whenever someone says like, "Oh yeah, you suck the most," like, this is the worst way to do it. No. Like, I think I've lived quite a life already, and I'm barely 40. I can't even imagine what I'm going to be like when I'm 60. When it comes to comparisons, when people say, "Oh, there's no reason to do this because someone is really good," I can argue there's reasons to do this because someone is so much worse off, right? And even then, I would not use it as a way to instill fear or insecurities. When this person who says I'm never going to be fluent in Chinese, that doesn't raise my value. It doesn't decrease my value. I don't care if you're fluent in Chinese. It doesn't raise your value as a person to treat another person like that. You have value. You don't have to qualify it. And then that's it. That's where it starts. So if there's anything in the worst case scenario, is that I want to remind people that they have value when they do things. I think arrogance only reveals someone else's insecurity. Like, would it hurt this person's integrity that I am able to become fluent in Chinese, not doing what they're doing? Because there's no reason to be so unempathetic and emotionally distant when you see someone doing something different than you, unless you feel insecure. I do not feel insecure when you tell me I'm doing something wrong. You can explain that to me, how you feel it's wrong. There's and I will only become stronger with that information, right? I can explain what is inconsistent between my point of view and your point of view, which is what happened yesterday, and it was seen as hostility. And then this is probably the same case. I do not like boast around and walk around and tell people, oh, I've been worse, I've been better, I know better. I share when someone asks. I share when people share. That's what happens. I openly share, and then you can choose to share if you want. Open generosity may breed reciprocated generosity, but it's not expected. So if there's anything that elevates someone's maturity, is the idea that you grow to not be pressured to do things in a manner that requires hurting another person, right? And that's kind of where I am. And I honestly still stick to the idea that I sound more like a 60-year-old and 70-year-old than I am a 40, but I think my life has been filled with things that I think not a lot of people I meet on average have experienced. And even some who are older than me, far older than me, may never need to experience or have to experience. And that doesn't make me better as a person or higher value. It makes me more appropriate when those situations come up. But those situations may never come up. So it's kind of like a promise of things. Like, will I never become fluent in Chinese? You don't know that. I don't care who you are. You don't know that. You have no idea what the shape of the future is, at least in my opinion. But for those who prescribe to fatalism or determinism, I guess I hope that you're right and that it makes you feel better. I know one thing that you can't be right about is that I would be upset if your prediction comes true. Because I'm often not upset. I don't spend my time worrying about a future. You stay and watch some more. Oh, hey, dog was still watching. Okay. Like, I didn't mean to be hurtful. All I was saying was the mnemonic itself seemed more complicated than memorizing the character itself. Also, you have good writing. Well, thank you. I hope you... I didn't mean to be hostile if that's... if that came off as that. But yes, I agree. The mnemonics do... they are more complicated. That's no argument there, Dogwood. Like, I agree with you. It is more complicated. That there's no disagreement. I like doing the mnemonics because they're more complicated. So I don't know if that's gonna sit well with you, right? I enjoy overcomplicating things so that it makes me work harder. It is very difficult to, like, these mnemonics will eventually go away. As in, like, when I'm doing my reviews, I know the character already, so I don't use the mnemonic at all. It might sound like it's a waste of time, and I would agree with you if you don't have any use for it. But I like creating stories around my things. Most of the time, though, by the way, in case you wanted, let me keep track of time. In case you're wondering, I speak Fujianese at home. So my parents and I, we speak a dialect of Chinese. 我每年会聽過福州話，福州話嘅人，我咪我3年，但係 New York, right? New Year, right? New Year, at New York, there's a lot of Fujianese people. Whatever works, respect for learning traditional too. Sounds like Cantonese. It does, yeah. Fujianese has a combination of Southern Chinese and Standard Chinese. Actually, most of the stuff is, I would say, I've come to learn that is related to Cantonese, and if not, like, Taiwanese. In terms of traditional, I use Duolingo. I know. we'll hold off on Duolingo for this discussion, but Duolingo has simplified, and it covered 680 ish, and then like 40 other unlisted. So all the characters so far, most of the characters I know the simplified form. So when I started this project again, or like started this particular project, because I've never used SRS before, I was curious what the buzz was about SRS. So I used HanziHero as a form of SRS to learn the traditional characters. So now we have like kind of in the same place with traditional and Chinese characters. By the way, I'm illiterate. I am a heritage speaker. I would loosely consider myself a heritage speaker. So 我说一点中文，跟我父母说一点中文 but most of the time 我媽咪佢爸爸使胡椒話. So I'm illiterate since like I started last year. So it took me 200 days to finish the writing and all that stuff practice that I've done in Duolingo Chinese course. So it was complete, and then now I'm like augmenting it, and in the future I'll be using LLMs, which links to what Proka was asking about, AI driven help. But Duolingo only has the quote AI driven things for Spanish, which is what I'm currently learning as well. I learned Spanish in high school because I was raised in the United States. So, you know, hablo un poco español. But that's kind of where we are. And then the main thing that I'm actually learning was Japanese. So we do Japanese before we do Chinese, and then Chinese before Spanish now. So that's the whole time. Yeah. I'm sorry if it came off as a little bit maybe a little too direct. I guess I was quite direct. I'm chatting with someone on Twitch as well, so I stream simultaneously, and we typically have these deep discussions most of the time. So yeah, some feathers can be ruffled all the time, but generally speaking, I'm learning how other people learn a language. I think most language learners would agree one of the quickest ways to go about it is if you have a family member or a friend who is interested in your growth of your language, communicating with them is probably the GOAT, right? Unfortunately, my parents don't speak English. They kind of know some English phrases. So, and then Fujonese is not taught formally, and it's not written as well. So because I'm a heritage speaker, I can't read Chinese characters at all. So most of the time, whenever my parents speak to family friends and stuff, they speak in a mix of Cantonese, Mandarin, and Fujonese. But specifically, me and my parents speak Fujonese. Most people speak in Cantonese or Mandarin. And most of my entertainment that my parents watch and myself, we watch in Cantonese and Mandarin. So we're more like listener, or I'm more like a listener and a imitator. I can't create sentences and stuff at will. I'm a heritage, like I get by with whatever language I do. So a lot of times it would be something like, oh, 你也 busy ga 医院, right? It would be like a mix of the three, where are you busy at the hospital or something like that. Or 我 지금 got school no, right? So I right now I just came home from school, right? And then school would be the replacement for 学校, right? Or in Mandarin, that kind of thing. But yeah, hopefully again, I hope I'm not giving the impression, I'm not trying to encourage people to learn the fastest way or becoming fluent, or like what is the hot take. I'm learning much like the whole the suicide thing that we were talking about here, which is a very real topic. Most of the time I'm sharing my experiences, participating in what other people are doing. So SRS, WaniKani, and HanziHero, and Anki are very, very popular methods, but I've never used them before. So instead of doing whatever I usually do, I'm fully investing in how other people either complicate their things or memorize. The way I learn is probably very similar to your example that you used. I use a network of vocabulary, and that vocabulary is actually found in the wild. So it would have a visual context, a listening context, and a story context. So then all those story contexts would then evaluate those vocabulary words, and then you would ascertain what the character is by that. This way, the bottom-up approach is the bottom-up approach oftentimes allows me to write. So when I'm writing, it's very easy. It's a lot easier to write. Like, for example, I'm not sure how often you write, but when, you know, that crazy one that we were doing today, this one where it was SpongeBob and in the bathroom, and a person dropped a hook and Slenderman. If I think Slenderman, hook, drop, and person, I can write Slenderman, hook, drop, person. So it was like it's a fun little double thing about writing. So most of my writing typically involve taking a bottom-up approach. So if I take a radical and I have a story about them, I can write the stuff. And I have done that for maybe like 1,000 to 2,000 hours now for both Japanese and Chinese. You understand, use ba to soften the suggestion. Chinese is very demanding language and a lifelong journey. Absolutely. And you know, I expect to come across many people with differing things, and that's kind of why I love language learning now. It's been a year and a half, and everyone has lots of experiences. Sharing those experiences and exchanging those experiences is probably why I make myself available. So me encountering Procol doesn't even learn another language yet, maybe. But the idea is that lifelong journey is also enhanced by interacting with other people. I don't have native speakers in my life outside my parents, so I'm not like speaking Chinese or Mandarin or Cantonese to anyone else, but maybe in the future. But I like the idea of using multiple languages at the same time, largely because it's inviting. I get to talk about AI, people's feelings, and all that. The main focus of most of my shared experiences is sharing experiences. Otherwise, personally, as a pragmatic person, I suppose, and raised by Chinese parents, it would be a waste of time to live stream your language learning experience if you're not expecting to digress and spend most of your time talking to people. You could probably study on your own or with a teacher if you have that availability. Pleco, yes. I haven't used Pleco yet. Not because it's not interesting. I'm still figuring out if I can actually show Pleco, because it would be great to do grammar related stuff. I haven't done any grammar related stuff. I've been doing grammar and anything that comes up grammar outside of my stream time. So I used Duolingo originally because Duolingo has no problems with copyright and all that stuff. And WaniKani and HanziHero follow suit. And then LLMs will follow suit as well. Pleco, not so sure. And then there's like story stuff that is not so sure as well. Like Du Chinese, for example, have written stories. And for Japanese, Satori Reader is a great one. But I don't know about the copyright stuff. Because even when you're reading books, right, online, it's someone else's intellectual property. But Pleco is I've heard many great things about Pleco. In terms of Chinese grammar, I usually feel out the first like HSK 1 through 3 so far, and a lot of that needs like figurative reinforcement because I'm used to constructing most of that stuff because Fujianese uses the same construction as Chinese. And then I usually leave my English in that. I'm sure you probably have already experienced this being someone who clearly understands English. Oftentimes, when translating or interpreting Chinese phrases, the English is flexible enough that you don't need to translate and order grammatically. So most of the time when I hear these words like ying di, right? Ying di, it is literal English in that order. So whenever I see a sentence, I'm like, it doesn't matter what order the English words are in. It's the same for Spanish and Japanese, where English can be anywhere, but it's interpretable because I spent almost all my life interpreting a different structure into English or vice versa. My parents, whenever my parents have some duties or not, I'm interpreting. So I'm either interpreting from Cantonese, Mandarin, Fujianese into English or the other way around. So it's probably not as desirable for someone who wants to reach fluency, for sure. Fluency, in my opinion, as I agree with most people, that if you want to become fluent and you're not in a state of constantly interpreting, it's often very advisable to engage and immerse yourself in active engagement in using the language. For myself, my language will often, I don't qualify myself as fluent in most languages, like even the English, largely because I think of the language as a relationship to the whole. So if I can't express or interpret something that's in Chinese in English, is it an extension of English? And then if I can't interpret something in English in Chinese, then it is a limitation of my fluency. My fluency is being multilingual, a multilingual interpreter. So I can't earnestly say I'm pretty fine with the idea that I will have limited fluency in any particular language, largely because all of the languages kind of exist at the same time. Anyways, what do you say? Yeah, my dad helped you out a lot of pointing out that the mindset of get some perspective, as there are so many people in worse situations, is often destructive. Yes, I do not like making, like, there is some use if you're a competitive person, like for example, like if you select yourself into a competitive person, that you do comparisons. The internet does that all the time. If you think you're good, you'll probably find someone even better on the internet because they select for that. Now that type of comparison is theft, right? The theft of joy. Comparison is the theft of joy. But the other one is, in my opinion, a way other people use it very often as well, which is when you have something worse, they would try to make it a competition of who sucks more or who has it worse. And to me, back to that suicide note, right? The thing about being depressed, that the internet reinforces now as well. So because it's so common on the internet to compare who does the best, who's better, who's more fluent, you do that with nearly everything. So when your life sucks, you go find someone that's life sucks even more, or someone else will tell you that their life sucks even more. And to me, I just see two people sucking up life, and that kind of, for lack of a better word, sucks. So I totally understand what you mean. It's often destructive to tell yourself, as you can tell yourself that, but then you still feel crappy even though others feel crappier. Yeah, it doesn't change. It doesn't change your situation. And also when you say, why should I do this if someone else will always be better than me? That also creates inactivity. It makes you not want to do something. So it's not going to change your relative perspective if you stop doing the thing, right? Like, oh, this person is 20 years ahead of me in my Chinese studies. I'm only 1 year, and they will always be 19 years ahead of me in the Chinese study until they die or something, for example, endpoint. But the idea is, if you do that, you're going to stop doing that, which, in my opinion, sometimes goal-oriented thinking is fantastic. It works really well when you have that, you're getting close to a goal. The idea of comparison between people, those people are moving goals. Those people move while you're moving. So being able to distinguish between a moving goal and a static goal. So oftentimes I don't mind when people say, oh, I want to be fluent in a language. Now, it gets deeper, but I don't want to elaborate too much on this. Fluency, that type of goal is not well defined. And when it's not well defined, it becomes a moving goal, right? I thought I was pretty good at English when I was in middle school. I actually had a college level vocabulary when I was 13 years old. But then it was like, well, I already have a college level degree of vocabulary. That's not good enough anymore. Like, I need to learn more, and then more, and then more. So what happens when it comes to language, at least in my opinion, from my perspective, is that the more I learn, the more I think I need to learn more. And the more I learn, the less I feel like I know things. So oftentimes, even static goals, when people think of static goals, they might not be as static enough. So what happens is it always feels like it's out of reach. And sometimes you need victories. And that's when lots of hot take self-improvement people would say, try to look at smaller goals, like put some additional goalposts along with that goal so it can like guide you. Then those are static goals. Like, what is my goal every day on a daily basis? Get on, do my lessons, do my review, and that's one goal I have achieved today. And then if fluency comes along, that's great. Fluency might look different from day to day. After a month, it might end up looking different again and different again. So in order to get someone from being depressed, right? Here's the pivot. In order to get someone to be depressed about their situation, try to get them to appreciate what's happening in the moment. And one thing that I could say a lot of times to someone who feels unloved is that the thing you can do as a stranger is to show that there's someone that loves them, even despite being a stranger. That's more than what they believe is happening, right? So that's kind of one of the interesting tidbits. So I like to share my experiences to show that someone else have similar experiences. SRS is a very popular thing. Duolingo is a very popular thing. It may be empathetic just to know that someone else might have a similar experience, because in reality, as a singular person, you're unable to do that for everyone, right? I agree. Too many people use fluent too loosely when learning a known language. I would define it as having the same knowledge as a college-educated native speaker in all aspects. I see. Or should I say too liberally? Yes. And to quantify, or like to try to make fluency for myself a little less nebulous when I exchange, my definition of fluency is a little bit lower, I suppose, maybe. It's the aspect of being able to use that language with your existing languages to be inquisitively learning things without acquiring new things. So for example, if you have enough foundational Chinese in which you can combine it with English to actively do it without like feeling you are forcing yourself, like you're scheduling yourself, you're doing things. So the fluency comes with the lifestyle change. So when one truly becomes, in my opinion, this is my personal definition, when one becomes fluent in a language, they no longer think about ascribing or scheduling or assigning a task of learning something using the language. They use it. They use the language in the process of their learning. So it becomes what most people agree with. It's a lifelong journey. So if how does that mean for me? I don't have to do this to learn Chinese. I don't have to do whatever I'm streaming here. This is for me to accelerate the process, the thing I like to challenge myself to do. But I use Chinese, it's part of my lifestyle. So once a language becomes part of your lifestyle, like using English or your native language, I think that it captures a lot of the feel of everyone else's, like a lot of other people's definition of fluent. You no longer think about using the language. You use it as appropriately as possible. And with your existing language and all of your other things, it comes, quote unquote, naturally to do that. So when I'm around my parents, I naturally speak and read and write the things that I have learned. And that's fantastic because I already do that. I think that's one of the biggest disclaimers that I want to give other people. I covered this in the beginning of all my language learning projects. I myself already have a lifestyle that I don't have to change into. That's part of the equation of becoming fluent. It becomes a lifestyle where you don't have to maintain it. It maintains itself. So usually when people start learning a language learning, at least the impression I'm getting is they start by using studies, scheduling and stuff, and hope to gain a lifestyle that would integrate that language learning. So they make friends with the native speaker. They move to the country of their target language. It eventually becomes part of their life. But I'm doing the reverse. All of this stuff is already part of my life, and I want it to be more comprehensible in my life. It's not any less comfortable or non-comprehensible. It's sufficient is probably the word I would use. What I'm already currently doing is extra. Most of this stuff is sufficient for me. If I really wanted to learn something, there are other ways to go about it for sure. Yeah, and that's my definition of fluency. The moment a target language becomes sufficient for your lifestyle. If your lifestyle can sufficiently engage and use your language, and it naturally expands on its own with that use, that is probably not necessarily the most important step, or it's one of the steps that are necessary, in my opinion, to maintain a lifelong commitment to another language. And that implies that I don't know if you're aware, but I don't think the average English native speaker has a college education of speaking English. In fact, I actually think even in other specialized areas like computer engineering and stuff does not require college educated native speakers. So that's kind of one of my like rebuttals or counter arguments to the whole qualification of formal education. I actually think the vast majority of individuals on the internet speak at a 10th or 11th grade English. Back in my day, about like 23 years ago, and that's sufficient, and they are considered native speakers. In fact, I would say 30 to 40% of the vocabulary that I use in college and graduate school are not used when I'm streaming. They are rarely ever used. And I think the vast majority of the people that I speak to are considered native speakers in English. I include myself, and yet I don't wield or use any of the college educated native speaking. I type sometimes though. I type in college level and graduate level speaking, and that stuff is very esoteric. It's incredibly verbose, and it's long-winded, or I would say it's classically long-winded in the area of the internet. So I try not to sound like that unless I'm trying to lecture or write something. Most individuals use lower than college level English as native speakers. And based on my cursory understanding of Mandarin, that's also true for Mandarin and also true for Japanese. College like level stuff tend to be in the sphere of their own, and it's usually in the professional work setting. So in like companies and people's professions, but generally in casual conversation, like in this type of situation, I limit most of my vocabulary to high school level. In fact, the United States, the president of the United States, whether they are college educated or not, their English tends to reflect the populace, and it's often barely college level, if not lower. But in the UK, in Procal's situation, actually the UK, they speak in college level English, but I don't know what that perspective is. Like, is it college level from the American perspective, or is it normal for the perspective of the UK? The Queen and the Parliament and stuff uses college level education, so like college level English, but so does the Senate. A lot of times, the Senate, the House of Representatives, to each other, but generally when they're speaking to the populace, very low level. Yeah, it makes sense. Slang is also an important part of fluency, but you won't find it in your average college English class. Exactly. The King's English, yeah. Hey, I just came back. I was gone for a while. No worries. Anyways, I'm gonna end for today. I really appreciate it, Dogwood. I tend to continue talking about my experiences, and usually it's how I reflect on my actions. So most of the time, whenever I have tons of experience, I usually hope for the best for the people I just have disagreements with and whatnot. That's how I feel great all the time. I usually do not entertain myself, like the demons inside me, I suppose. Procal loves to challenge my demons, which is great because then I can express how I negotiate and manage my demons. I usually am someone that will take the learning experience and hope to continue to work on it. Can you tell your friend you're watching anime with that I'm sorry for delaying? Oh, no worries. No. Yeah. I'll tell them, Procal. No worries. Okay, that's a wrap for today. Yeah, I appreciate your understanding, Dogwood. Unfortunately, or fortunately, others may not, and I'm happy that you continued, and that's cool. And obviously, no obligations to be like dependent or anything. It's great that we were able to have like a closure. All right, folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero and for Chinese. For the stream today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢, right? 感谢. As always, you are more than welcome to follow along or pick up HanziHero yourself and see what the craziness is about. Honestly, I find it very invigorating when I get to see the hoops and jumps and different fads that people jump into. Right, we're watching the spin-off, the last season, the disappearance of Yuki-chan, or yeah, I think Yuki-chan in the Haruhi Suzumiya like saga of Procal. It's a slice of life romance comedy. Yeah, and anyways, yeah, so feel free to follow along. You can try it for free for the first 100 characters if you want to see how crazy and complicated people go through to learn language. I like that. It makes me I hope to be a better counsel or a teacher, because then you can like throw in random things. And yeah, so until next time, stay safe, right? Stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. 大家下次见, right? See you next time. Yep. Bye bye.